Hello.
Look, I don't know what the current affairs is going on, okay? You came in here of like me reacting to Kojima's death. I wasn't aware Kojima was dead. The fuck you on about? He's not dead, is he? Pretty sure he's not dead. He's got way too much to live for. He has to strangle like every Konami employee that ever did him wrong. I'm pretty sure that is on his like... No, thankfully not. Cool. Good to know. Thank you so much, 10 Mucks, for being here first. I greatly appreciate it. Edit. Hello, Omega Platinum. Hello there, Captain Prower. It's honestly been a hot minute since I seen you here, Captain. I'll also be very frank with you. Amazing that you're here because of me because the notification that got you here was me reacting to Kojima's death. Like that was what was gonna get your attention, was just the, oh my goodness, Kojima dead? So he's alive? Yes, as far as I know, Kojima is alive. So yeah. So thankfully so. Honestly, that would if I was like one of those really shitty streamers, not like shitty in the sense of like I am a terrible like streamer, but more of like morally bankrupt streamer, I probably could have done something crazy as in like rest in peace Kojima till your next game or something like that as my stream notification. So then people would be like, oh no, what's happened to Kojima? And I'll be like, nothing, we just don't hear shit about him because he's working on the next game and we don't know what's going on until the next game. I could be like that. I guess it's just funny because it's like Kojima's death is in like the phrase there. So any of you speed readers out there are probably looking at it and just, you know, coming to that conclusion. You see it on your second monitor while you're playing Metal Gear, so fair enough. Good opportune. Which Metal Gear... And it's also pinned at the top now. Yes, I pinned it at the top because I thought it was really fucking funny that my first thought to react to Captain Prower was asking the question, Kojima is dead? I don't believe you. So yeah. I'm still plugging the fact that I'm online and that I'm streaming to like all the different discords that I'm a part of and such, because yeah, Yazibs isn't like, you know, a big time streamer just yet where he's doing all kinds of where he's able to pull all sorts of numbers with just a Twitter notification at 3:30 p.m. It will take time. Ugh. Ah. Also, do I still have more? Which one? Which one? Phantom Pain? Well, is that the one you're playing? Okay. That one I have at least played, that one I've at least played, like, before my age of streaming and what have you. I have not played through the original Metal Gear Solid games. But I know, like, that's why there was, like, a poll, like, all those months ago of, hey, chat, does Grant play Metal Gear Solid on Mondays? Or Devil May Cry on Mondays? You decide. And I had a whole ton of people that were like, Grant, you need to be playing Devil May Cry. Just don't play the second one because it's shit or something like that. And I'm like, well, now I gotta play the second one in my little, like, organization thingamadiggy to know what's going on. You don't see much of me because right now it's 3 a.m. here. Fair enough. Understandable. I, for some reason, get a whole ton of American viewers into my streams and what have you. Who knew that with an American website, with this American accent, playing video games, I would get an American audience? I certainly didn't think so. Oh my gosh. You're only still online because Maisie Corgi just finished her stream? Oh yeah, she cool. She good. I think she raided into me like maybe one time. I've definitely raided into her before. Love the doggo. She amazing. Where's my brain at? Oh yeah, notifications are going off on my phone. So, chat, I am technically on call for work. So, if there ever comes a time where, you know, my phone rings because work has, like, an emergency that I need to attend to or something like that, I am going to need to attend to it. I am going to need to pick up that phone, mute the stream here, and be like, hello, desktop support, this is Grant. So, you gotta be mindful of that. So, this week will be a little bit wonky because of that, but I'm also trying to put in a few more slots of streaming, because for a while, I've been only doing, like, you know, three streams a week, a Monday, Wednesday, and then I was trying to do prone to sudden BRBs. Yes, exactly. That's the idea. And so, why is my PlayStation not doing its thing? Like, come on, PlayStation. Oh my god, this thing is so dusty. But yeah, so I'm gonna be prone to BRBs because of, you know, answering work calls and what have you. Because I'm gonna be real with you, chat. You are not making time and a half pay per 30 minutes that I'm on this stream. I get maybe $100 from this. Not even $100 last month, but I don't do this for the money. So just understand where my priorities are when it comes to, like, real life and what have you. Hello? Why is the you know, you set up your computer to do something, and sometimes it doesn't know how to do it. Sometimes it's just brain dead. Sometimes it just doesn't know how to do the needful, do the, you know, be connected to a PlayStation and do the recordings and all that. It doesn't know how to do that some days. Alright, so I need to have it this way. And then here we go. Bam. There we go. That's plugged in. There we go. Alright, so I got that plugged in. Yay! Now it's working. There we go. There we go. That's what we want to see. Alrighty, so, but yeah, so I'm on call this week, and I am going to be trying to do, like, I used to do, like, a Saturday late night stream. I'm gonna be real with you. Those ones, while it would have been good for the Americans, they were absolutely atrocious for me trying to do, because I'm no longer, like, a nighttime person. Like, if you want me being, like, on a nighttime thing, you kind of need to catch me at, like, 6 or 7 p.m. and somehow, like, hold my attention since then in order to try and get me going into, like, 11 p.m. or 3 in the morning and such. But more likely, I'm not going to be, sticking around for video games, like, up to 3 a.m. and what have you. You're gonna have to make do with, me until, like, maybe 10 o'clock or 11 p.m. I can't do the, not, like, stream starting at 11 p.m. I can't do it like that. So it has to be... So yeah, so I'm going to be trying... So there's going to be a Friday night stream, which is going to be, honestly, very conflicting to do because Fridays are when I work from home, and I'm not entirely enthusiastic about the idea of staying at home for... being a home for work, and then at the end of the day, having, like, maybe a 2 or 3 hour stint of not, looking in front of a screen and what have you. I remember not doing the Friday night streams because of, like, I'm stuck in front of in the same room all day on Friday, and then 3 hours later, I'm at my computer again for something for, like, an entirely different thing. Like, it really shot up my mood. Also, hi there, Goldie. Welcome to the stream. But we're gonna give the Friday night stream another try. Also, why? Why? Why does it make it hard for me? Hello? Game? You wanna, like, like, here's the thing is, I thought I solved this. I don't exactly understand what's going on to warrant this kind of, like, tomfoolery from my system. Honestly, maybe I should have just gone for Elgato bullshit. Rather than having, like, a cool PCIe Express AverMedia, like, capture card, maybe I should have had one of those, like, USB-C capture cards and have, like, the Elgato going through that. Maybe that's what I should have done instead. Like, oh my goodness. Disable HDCP in your PlayStation if you still have problems, refer to HDCP. Like, hello, game? Like, come on. Come on. Isn't it fun? Trying to, like, deal with nonsense like this. So it's not... So we got streaming settings, we got shortcut, we got support. I don't care for VSync. Don't want to improve the user experience. But yeah, like, why? Open store. No, I don't want to open the storage folder. Edit source. Resolution 1080p. That's fine. So there's no source on 2. That's understandable. So we go back to 1, where there should be a source. All right, let me see. Can I get my... So there's no pass-through on 1. Is there a pass-through here? No, there isn't. So... why? It just... It's tough being the IT professional in this apartment sometimes. Sometimes there is only me who can solve this shit. Sometimes it's just me, Grant Zeebs. HD compatibility. Merge mode is default. What's copy mode? Like, how? This better not be one of those cases of like, oh hey, the HDMI splitter thing you have is actually a piece of shit. You can't use that. I really hope it's not that. Hello there, Sir Dragon. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to do some IT support. I'm gonna need to Fandango this, I'm gonna have to figure out how to fix this. Let's see. Do I have a HDMI cable at the ready? No, I do not. I'm going to need to pull out my big box of cables.
Surdodonks88 with the 21-month tier 1 sub.
Thank you for the resub. I greatly appreciate it. You don't have to deal with any of the advertisements, and you get to utilize a cool emote, such as that dad bod one you just showed off. Alright, so, right now, I am trying to find a decently long HDMI cable, so then that way I can get it going from one side of the PC to where I have my, consoles. So, here we go. I need to find a relatively decent length HDMI cable. Alright, so there's the 3. And then the longest one is this one here. That's good. So now I will disconnect this HDMI cable, plug you in, and then travel this across and plug you directly in instead. Alright. Let's see how this goes. Goodness gracious. So yeah. My goodness, I have like this box of cables, and I'm gonna be real with you, some of them may not actually be useful for me anymore. Alright. Now, is it doing the job? Ugh, come on. Come on, cable. Do your business. Okay, it detects... Alright, so it does detect that. So now if I go to my streaming center, turn off the source, turn it back on, edit source. Alright, fuck it. Delete source. .1080p, 60 frames a second. Come on, game. I'm doing my best trying to get this thing working. The ship of Theseus just refuses to budge some days. You're gonna help? Are you gonna donate to my coffee? That is not helping. So, like, the GC570D is detected. But for whatever reason, it's just not doing its job. Deactivate. Activate. Properties. Great stream? I'm glad you think so. This might honestly... Is this gonna be a crash out stream? Because considering I ate like a HSP pack this evening, you're cheering me on? Thank you. You don't have any way of actually helping. You're not smart enough for this. People are smart in their own ways, so don't feel too bad. Like, this is just the area of my autism where it's like, oh, I am disgustingly knowledgeable enough about this sort of thing so that I can do the IT support job and what have you. Please close and try again. All right, so we're going to close. Oh, now it decides to do its job. All right, so now if I go streaming center. All right, now hopefully this doesn't cause problems. All right. Yay! I think it's working. We have visual. Do we have audio? I don't know if T is supposed to sound like that. Although I don't like how... I don't know if it's me, but I've started getting paranoid about, like, the quality of games. Like, it's very tempting to reboot my PlayStation, because I feel like it's... I don't know, something feels off. Let's see. Never mind. If I... Rather than, I have, like, a HDMI pass-through. So if I just use the HDMI pass-through, if I just look at the HDMI source that the game is running through, I get, like, better, quality and what have you. Gosh darn it. Is there gonna come a time where I'm going to get a 4th monitor just to have it as, like, the emergency... Nah, I don't think I'm gonna get a 4th monitor. There we go. Oh, boy. That actually feels smooth to me now. So, yeah. Also, there's no BB. Alright. Ding. An accessory depicting Sam's beloved chiral tea. Attaching it to your backpack will boost your stamina. Hell yeah. And we also have new components, such as the extra large battery. Level 1, level 2, level 3. It has the same capacity, but takes up less space. Honestly, that might actually be worth using. Alright, so we'll remove those. Actually, do I really? Yeah, no, I do, because the extra grenades happens, like... Alright, so I don't have that much extra space. I definitely need the spare ammo. Adjusting position. Let's see. So I can't... That's honestly annoying, where... If this was, like, able to be, like, a bigger, like, anti-chiral thing, that probably could have been good. Is the level 1, but it takes up... Wait, how big is the... So we got the utility pouch, a pouch that can store 4 blood bags, protecting them from timefall. Using a utility pouch saves you having to carry blood bags. Okay, so we got that. And then that's it for a singular thrown, blah, 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 blah. That's a singular grenade thing. And then we've got ammo container. An additional ammo that increases the amount it can carry for us. Using additional will increase. And then we got the large. And then we have a back protector, but we can't put the back... We have very limited, room. Solar generator, that could be useful. Then we got a mini extra battery. And then we've got these major batteries. Then that one is just slightly smaller. And then this is like a full-blown stabilizer, which is like way too big. Yeah, like I don't have a problem like carrying too much stuff. My issue is like I've been getting like really close to depleted battery too often. So we'll go with that instead. Actually, can we reposition this a little bit better? Because I'm gonna be real with you, I don't like the... Let me just remove you for the time being and move you. And then adjust position. Alright, extra battery. Adjust you. And then... See, that's annoying how, like, the extra large container is just, like, such a cumbersome fucking, like, thing there. And then we just have like that random spot in the back. Yeah. Hi, Jack. Sorry that work has been keeping you very, like, you know, what's-a-mahoozy, very drained and busy. Alright, let's use the showers real quick. This should be good. At least you got your days off. Nice! Hopefully that should be coming up shortly. Our work, we're coming up into a busy season, a busy time for work in my place. So as we've now entered into September, definitely during October, November, like during the spring, they kindly ask us not to take extended time off during this time. If we fall ill or anything like that, absolutely fine, but, you know, I'm not going to be able to, like, you know, do, like, I'm not going to be able to take off, like, a week of work. Alrighty. So now we've got the North Distribution Center. And I'm curious, what is... Alright, so right now I've got like 5 of you. I got all kinds of trekking. I'm using the Boca. I've got some climbing gloves. We've got a quadruple rocket launcher, which is honestly scary as fuck that they would give us that. We got a blood grenade. We got an EX capture grenade. We've got a lot of things. Alright, recycle you. And then... we got the lightweight thingamadiggy there. We got So yeah, we got 4 high-capacity blood bags, which is good. Alright, here we go. Oh, God. Is there another fucking earthquake for some reason? Yeah, it sounds it. Oh, look, it's the what's-a-mahoozy fisher.
Is it coming?
We're gonna go to, like, another, dead place. Oh, that one's different.
What was that?
That one... Normally, they don't open like that. Also, that looks to be a pregnant woman.
Nani?
Yeah, that looks like a woman over there. But yeah, we're about to end up in, like, some weird afterlife thing. Like, I don't know if it's a beach, if they explained it that. I'll probably need to, like, reread some of the stuff they've given us. Episode 11! Let's go. Sorry, I'm just really quickly grabbing the, charger to my phone. Ah, it's not too bad. Ooh, okay, hang on. This is not... Oh. Interesting!
Huh?
So... Those things are like the weird cryobright things before they get here to us. Sistema Transporto Collecto Metro. Oh, okay, so this must be Mexico? Or at least another Spanish-speaking location. It's like the dang guy from Bleach has opened a path? You mean that, like, weird, spooky tunnel thing between the human realm and the Soul Society?
Neil must be on the other side of this train car. Why don't we use it as a kind of bridge?
First and foremost, let's unequip that. And then let's do some cargo management real quick. Those go into our blue clip. Oh my god, there's a raid! Tyne! Hi! Welcome, raiders! Welcome to the stream. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I have gotten off with work. I gotten off from work like an hour or two ago. And yeah, we were having a little bit of trouble earlier, but we're good now in playing some Death Stranding 2. How was Flycorp, Tin? If you have to raid in Dash or something like that, totally understandable. Chat, go check out Tin. They're wonderful. Once in a while, they even host like a furry Family Feud kind of show. It's really cool. I've been able to attend those like once or twice. I think they do it as like a full-on video. Oh, not like a Twitch stream or something like that. But they're absolutely fantastic. I think they have it on their YouTube channel. So yeah, welcome everyone. I hope you're doing all right. I am on call all this week, so so there may be a sudden, me having to quickly say, hey, this is I have to like be right back or something like that. So that can happen. All right, let's attach you there. But yeah, hopefully. You always need contestants to test stuff. Always glad to be of help where I can. Granted, time zones... Granted, time zones might make it, tricky for me to, like, join in with the Canadians and Americans, but I do what I can. If you drop cargo and can't recover it, select redeploy to its starting location, which has been lost or destroyed, cannot be redeployed. Nice. But yeah. Right now we're into chapter 11 of Death Stranding 2. It has been really slow going through this series. Oh! Alrighty then, they're on the roofs. You're down for my idea of No Man's Sky? Downloading it now to get the basics. Oh, that's right! Hi there! Hi there, Velk. So, great opportunity, actually, after this cutscene, because I kind of want to see if I notice any, like, crazy details. But yeah, I don't know how many of you are familiar with No Man's Sky, but maybe after the clip, I can talk about it further. You come into this, like, normally, Death Stranding 2 has a lot of boring moments. It's a lot of just walking around in the outback and shit. This is the one time that it is not that. Alright.
Gravity's weird here. Are you okay, Sam?
Oh. Alright, so headshots are going to be detrimental to me.
This should do it.
Nice. Alrighty, so let's not die. But yeah, so No Man's Sky was a game released years and years ago. I feel like 2016 or something like that. It was actually released. Like, crazy to think, long time ago at this point. Look up and smell the floating train cars. And Americans would tell you that it would be better if we each had our own car rather than flying trains. Ridiculous. Also, hi there, Izzy. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I'll need to tell you my idea that I had for, oh! Upside down car again. Alright.
Still has minions to spare.
Oh. Didn't realize I could do that. yeah,
Sam, Neil's above us.
fair, fair. But I can't see him. That's one. Where the fuck did he go? Where the fuck is he? I don't see him. Oh, there he is.
Heads up. There's something else.
Yes! Oh, that's... I gotta take this. Oh my gosh, I love how...
Bigger.
Yippee! Oh! Sir Dragon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Thank you for giving it to Warhorse Indra, Ross, the Affirmation Thesis, Prismatic Blaze, Anadak Dragon, and Korhi. Although I am now too big, so I'm going to need to... I think I have a button for this. Okay, I may not have a button for this. Hang on a second. I need to move myself down. As you continue on your adventure, you may want to consider getting something to scribble down your notes and observations. A pad, scrap of paper, or perhaps most fittingly, a journal will prove to be an invaluable tool you will not regret having beside you on your journey. Nah, I don't need that.
Professionals. If you forgot how to do it, they'll get you back in shape in no time.
If we're gonna have a ball. Oh, hey, remind me not to drink too much. There's something I gotta take care of later.
What's more important than pussy and booze?
Nah.
You know how it is. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Hey, Vito, come on, step up.
There is a lot more to life than pussy and boobs, okay? Booze, sorry, not pussy and boobs. Pussy and booze, sorry. There's a lot more. Yeah, look at that. No!
Some cargo, Sam?
Are you kidding me? What just... Oh my god. Go check out Izzy. Go donate to their coffee. Go sacrifice your mortal wares and all your financial well-being to Izzy. Do it. Do it, chat. Do it right now for me, for Izzy, for the cat. Sacrifice all mortal possessions to Izzy the fat cat. This is not a threat. Sweet, it doesn't have his sign. Sorry about that. Like I said, time to entertain yourselves. Yeah, you don't need to entertain yourselves. It's just, as I mentioned, like, you know, in the, like, earlier in the stream, I am on call this week. So, like, sometimes I can almost go, like, an entire, like, during my on-call session, it has happened in the past where I've gone, like, an entire week and no one has decided to call me for desktop support. Sometimes that happens. Other times, I'm going to get a phone call, like, every evening. This one is actually kind of surprising that they called me, like, before the middle of the night. It's like 6:40 right now. Thank goodness, however, I solved that problem in, like, 5 minutes or less, because, you know, they just needed to sync their laptop and they're all good. So yeah, so that's sometimes that happens. Any whoosies. Also, hi Izzy, hi there Velk, thank you. Welcome. So, Velk mentioned an idea. Velk mentioned that they were down for my idea for No Man's Sky. What they were talking about was that, because in No Man's Sky, ever since they released it back in 2016, everyone didn't like what it looked like at release. So, Hello Games, for like the last decade, has just been pushing updates every fucking chance they have, and they have been free. There has been no DLC purchases, no expansion packs. They have just been free updates to No Man's Sky, and some of these are fucking wild. Like, some of them were like, you know, we weren't exactly thinking that they were gonna need to do this for us, where it's like, you know, they came up with a city builder, kind of, or like a town management system in No Man's Sky. They did a slight update to the elements, to the speechcraft, but then they start doing crazier and crazier things, such as, you know, an entire vehicle and weapon customization, entire new, like, you know, main storyline thing. Most recently, they've introduced ship customization. So previously, it used to be a Borderlands kind of situation where it was like, oh, here's an algorithm that's going to, like, you know, that's just gonna, you know, slap together different components, and you have, like, you know, all these different kinds of classes of ships, Sid Meier pirate style, with only like a few modifications to them, either visually or mechanically. That is no longer the case. Apparently, they have now come up with an entirely different way of doing ships now, which is fucking wild. So, one of the ideas that I had come up with after learning about this is, it's very tempting to do a stream of No Man's Sky, but not just any stream of No Man's Sky. I would want to do a stream of No Man's Sky in the kind of realm of, like, because I remember playing this game years and years and years ago, and there's very little dialogue. Like, all of it is like, you know, just, you know, reading what, like, alien translations and journal entries, and, you know, you're just by yourself. It's very tempting doing, like, an isekai roleplay where it's just like, oh, what happened? How did I end up here? I barely remember how I got here. And just playing the fucking deja vu route of, okay, where the fuck am I? Who put me here? I want answers. And then because of that, you, like, do the exploration, and, you know, you're trying to, like, you know, solve, like, it's less about solving the universe and more about solving for yourself and such. And maybe we come to a conclusion of, like, we get to the center and it's like, we learn all along that, like, you know, we were explorers and da-da-da. But anywho, so that's the idea. And because there's also, like, a multiplayer system to No Man's Sky as well, like, you know, it could be good. Something to think about in the future. Oh, shit. Right now, I need to deal with this guy. Never mind. We're already dealt with that guy. So now we're getting his, Is this still, like, in the Nirvana, like, place? Or is this, like, a legit memory now? Eh. Just getting one good puff before he dies. Ooh, he's remembering a lot of things. That must be Nirvana. So what we're experiencing in all these areas has been like maybe a trauma associated with Nirvana? Oh, interesting. So that's how he got like the mark on his...
Mom! I need help! Someone, please! Somebody, please help me! This way.
Who is she?
Let's go.
Okay. Hi there, Grave Lord. Oh no! He just got help from her! Yep. Okay, so I was right. So that was Nirvana. The kid. That's who the kid was.
Help me! Dad! Mom! Help me! Help me, please!
I don't think those are his parents.
Help! Help! Please! Don't leave me!
Alright, so she's got a mark on her hand. This is going to be important later, I imagine. Yep, and then there's the mark on his hand there. So... Oh. That looks like one of the, like, earlier USBs that we were carrying, with the qubits. Looks like an earlier rendition of the qubit. Okay, so they're not
See
really
that, Sam?
genetic memories. There must be something else.
Vision of events from Neil's past. Is it possible he was trying to communicate something? In any
Possibly.
case, you need to go after him, Sam. Find Neil and find the answers you seek. Neil is somewhere above us. I think he went up to another car.
There he is there.
Luke.
How does he know Lou? Okay, let's not use the rocket launcher in the fucking car. Warrior grenade launcher. So, where the fuck is he? You've beaten him, but it's not the end of the sequence. Yeah. Not yet, anyway. Oh, please don't tell me we're gonna go on a little ride with no rails. Oh, Jesus. Oh, we don't know how to control that bullshit. Another call. Sorry. That's another one. They're like, oh, look at this pirate software lookalike trying to get his voice deeper so people will listen to him. That's not what I want.
Well, there's only one way to do that then. Also, did you just fucking see Dante's face?
You weren't, you know, in... Oh, Bronze Greaves. Please.
Bronze Greaves?
Give me that. That's not for you.
Yeah, I know it's not for me, but I can appreciate.
You can look. You'll look.
Yeah,
no,
I'm happy to
you'll look, but you won't touch.
I'll touch.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck all of these
Well,
fuckers.
you said I'm not touching, right?
Fuck you. Fuck these spiders. Completely out of context. This is out of context. What is it that you like about Grant Zeebs? His content. Everyone loves Grant Zeebs for the content. Isn't that right, everyone, chat? Chat, you love Grant Zeebs for the content.
Wow. I'm amazed.
What?
You are completely correct.
Me? After watching everyone else go to a corner, I was like, maybe I should go to a corner.
Yeah. You went into the corner, alright.
No one clip that shit! No one clip that shit!
No, clip it! Clip it! Fucking clip it!
Let's ad ship it immediately.
I thought I'd teach Manfred some plant names, but I just caught him attempting to wade into a rose bush.
Be kind to gentle Manfred.
Emmerich, how could you stay annoyed at that face? Skull.
Yeah, look at him. You can't stay mad at him forever.
Whatever will happen to you if I pass on?
Oh, can I push you onto this thing? Did you? No, I didn't die. Fuck you. Yeah, got him that time.
The precision needed to actually hit a skeleton with those spikes. Well done.
Yeah. There's me at 150 kilograms, 7 kilos doesn't hit 10%. And I need to lose, like, I'm Grant Zeebs. Thank you, Cap. No, not Cap. Fuck. You're wrong BBW artist. Fuck. You're Izzy, the fat cat. Hi. The only reason I was saying you need some help, man. What the hell is the 5th letter of the alphabet? I see what you did there. But first, how about a good victory howl? It might even wake him up. Oh.
Oh, hang on. I've got a magnet on the back.
Yeah, so... wait, can you, like, hover over that? Is that your taser, or you just happen to see me? Ah! I was making a... Too sure about my 3rd attempt for stealth? But... that is fucking hilarious that I'm like, okay, I need to try and get that guy, but he's in a room with that guy. I'm gonna whistle to get his attention. And then it's just like... and then 5 different people are like, huh? I gotta go check that out. Like, of course 5 people wanted to check out someone whistling. I will be real with you, I do love the idea of getting a fucking Hartman A240. We're gonna assign that to Cassandra if we can. Will the Zeebs be stealthy? Nah. Yeah, no, Izzy. You should absolutely be... I hate how much pissing I have to do. Like... times. Let me just do a cheeky turn in through the gas station. Can I take all this zebra chat? My fanboy ass thinks it can take it. In a fight, right? In a fight, right? New prediction. Question provided by... by Godless. Oh, wait, I missed my turn. Hang on. I need to turn back around. You distracted me. A curious observation. Do you not love your own work? Sphene? Like...
The fun of everyone else.
If I'm not a fan of blue because of the oh, hello. Oh, okay, so it's retracted that. All right, here we go. We're gonna. This is what's called a pro gamer move.
This will end well.
You were saying? Alrighty. Oop, not that way. I need to go this way. There we go. Ah!
Mr. Works.
Mr. Mr.
Mr. Works. Mr. Works from Tataru's boutique, guaranteed by the warrior light himself. I can't do a Kiwi accent. Help!
Oh, that's what you're trying to do. I was wondering. What was that? I'd like to inform the Brute Bomber, who you defeated to become light heavyweight champion. We're not exactly friends, but I won't abandon him either. He's not likely to answer when called, though, so we'll need to visit him at his home in Resident Radius 911. Why? Why did they go with 911? Why did they put the bomber in 911? Did you hear the news about Oblivion? Oh, do you mean about the Elder Scrolls, like, Oblivion video game? Where through data mining we learned that it was going to be, having a remaster? And that potentially that remaster might be released next week? Are you talking about that Oblivion news? I haven't the faintest idea. That sounds like some fucking, like, you know, Vor invitation nonsense. Do not. This is bait. This is Vor bait. Why? Why do video games of ancient lore of, like, either Norse, Greek, or Japanese mythology have, like, some giant creature, and then the next thing they have you do is go, I need you to be eaten by the creature whole. Don't worry, you'll survive. Okay.
Like, sure, no one can read your shirt, but...
Oh, I can read my shirt. O-B-M-I-H.
On my screen it says admin. Apparently Himbo backwards is admin.
Ah, that totally makes sense, as I work in desktop support,
Web
and I have
admin.
all the... So, yeah. But no, and then there you are in my chat, and I can, like, do the zoom in. Look at you. Look at you. Look at this little guy. Look at this little guy. Sometimes you just ask, and sometimes it happens. Oh my god, it's a Clockwork Orange tree. No.
Look how far I can throw it. Oh, that's a mama bird going to feed her chicken.
Oh my god, Code! You murdered the bird! I don't know how it could be.
I hope that wasn't the mother bird from. I hope that wasn't the one from the earlier level.
Whee!
I blame Sash.
Oh, you can just, like, run across it the entire way. You don't have to, like,
Oh, there
jump.
was a nest. Again, I blame Sash.
And yeah, you can just run it. You don't have to jump.
But I wanted to jump.
Okay, fine. You get to jump.
Flashy front door.
Did that amazingly enough. Ah!
There's only one thing left to do.
Alright, I'm going to... Oh, I don't have enough orbs for the throwing daggers. Darn it. Thank you so much for the Hyper Himbo. You're going to be using up a lot of points for that Hyper Himbo, aren't you?
I've got like 9k spared, like, in store. I'm good.
Awesome.
Bring it on, dick cheese. Oh shit. Ow. Why? Oh, you're here. You okay?
Oh, okay. Don't go near the fire.
Fuck. It's fucking over. They teach you that in the army?
Nope.
Oh, that's the best you got? Stay sharp, Vito. Asshole. Back me up, Vito.
Ah, my first death! My first death! Come on! Yes! 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 Let's go! Come on! No more crashes! Yes! Woo! Yes! Did it! Put this thing back on. Woo! Don't. Yeah! Look at that. No!
Some cargo, Sam?
Are you kidding me? What just... Oh my god. You know what his power... Because, granted, I edged Unnamed and Frack towards... I forged a bed. They took all that away when they burned down my home. Give me one good hammer, and they will find that there is nothing more... Shut up, King! I am trying to read the dialogue of the character I am picking. And I am going with the easiest one, which is the fucking like, you know, faux mohawk tall dude. He's like me! For reals! I want to... Ah. There we go. Standing mode. Here we go. Did we defeat the darkness this time? Oh, woo! You get one good howl. I won't put focus on you. Okay. Anyway, but yeah, Izzy, hopefully, like, with a little bit of rest, you'll get better and what have you. I know peeps, you know, Mondays, it does things to them. I was very fortunate where I didn't have to work this Monday, which was nice, so I had something of a 4-day weekend, which was lovely because of taking Friday off for mental health. We did it, Patrick! We saved the city! And the city is just in fuck.
Drive! You should stay home where you belong!
Hey, isn't that Joe's girl over there? Well, one of them anyway.
Oh, Jesus! That was not intentional. That was not intentional. Sorry, hang on. Retry mission. That was not intentional, okay? I'm gonna need to relearn the controls. I've been playing like 4 or 5 different games this last week, and only one of them was Mafia 2. So, yeah. Gonna need to skip this. We've already seen the boobies. It's absolutely fantastic. Here we go. Red jacket. There we go. Alright. Let's see how we go. For those of you that came in that do not understand why I am so excited that I was able to go through this stealthily, it's because I went and ran a prediction. And I asked, will Zeebs be stealthy? And 4 people in the chat, which is about the number of people who are talking to me right now, said, nah, Zeebs will not be stealthy. No one thought I would be stealthy. The absolute fucking audacity. But lo and behold, thanks to a silenced pistol, I did go through this stealthily. So, eat shit, viewers. You didn't have confidence in me. Congrats to the 0 people that voted yes. Congrats to the 0 people. Congrats to no one but me. I did it. I did the stealth. So he doesn't have his sign. Nighttime. Daytime. Nighttime. Daytime. Nighttime. Daytime. Fucking sexy that looks similar to themselves in real life, and I am so fucking jealous of those furries. You know who you are. Don't lie to me, lurkers, or, you know, if anyone ever clips this thing, don't lie saying, oh, my persona looks nothing like me. What are you talking about? I know the ones I'm talking about. And you know the ones I'm talking about. Alrighty. That's what I'm hoping for. Alrighty. I am going to swap input, so instead of it being display, it's going to be HDMI, so I get like a direct pass-through to the video game. In assistance from Victoria State. Hey, it's an Australian game! That's why Sashera wants me to play this. Sash! We're playing the Untitled Goose Game, Sash! Come join us! Alright? What's the worst that can happen? He falls down because I accidentally press a button and he, you know, dies from the impact because it's such a great height? I haven't done that before. Stop staring. Yes! Damn it! So do I have a button for the... Nope. That thunder is coming from the north of Shinshu Field. It no doubt heralds the coming storm. Well, mon chéri, I must bid you adieu. But first, let me leave you with this. A shocking zap, and it opens! Oh, he does like a cool pose. He does like a JoJo pose or something like that. Hang on a second. He does like a JoJo pose. Pie. Why must Boja Regics be so nice but so grindy? I'm dyslexic, I can't help you. No, Sash! No! No! Anyway. What body? He's fucking eviscerated. He's dead. Every Venatori we have dealt with so far has just fucking disappeared. Just a burst of blood. What do you mean check the body, Lucanus? There's nothing there.
His pockets are stuffed with jewelry from the Chantry.
Jesus Christ. Alright. So, that was the same person as last time. There was just, you know, there was just the problem that that the quick solution didn't actually work, so then I had to have a full-blown phone call with them instead. Which, you know, probably not great. I will be real with you, considering, yeah, that was an 18-minute phone call. I'm back though. All right, here we go.
carriage is going down. Forget about Neil. We need to keep moving.
Okay, cool. So. What did you miss? You missed out on me having an 18-minute phone call trying to solve someone's IT problems because as an IT technician who is currently on call this week, sometimes I will be interrupted by work and will need to answer it because, you know, I get paid by work to answer the phone.
Just to make it more romantic. You can stream while on the clock. So I probably, like, here's the thing is that, like, there are some weeks where there will be, like, nothing going on, like, after hours at work that requires, you know, someone to call after hours and be like, bring, please fix my PC. What are you saying?
But, so sometimes that doesn't happen at all. Sometimes it does happen. Your 7-Eleven job, I should have been working at that instead. So, if you are an IT support technician working in a 24/7 business, they might ask you to, you know, do time and a half on-call hours. So, I will be real with you, though. Sometimes it is a quick, you know, less than 5-minute issue, so, you know, it's not too bad having to, like, you know, pause the game, whatever it is I'm doing, and, you know, go back to, you know, the phone at work and be like, yep, I can assist you right now. Bam. And, you know, fix all this stuff. Sometimes it will be an 18-minute affair because I have to remote into the person's PC and figure out why the fuck is it not doing the thing that we tell it to do.
Keep you safe.
So we're to get the full picture from Neil as to what happened. So he heads back from his, like, you know, what's-a-mahoozy, Mexico smuggling trip for bridges. And that's his psychiatrist, I believe, no, that's, I think his girlfriend, who was Sam's psychiatrist.
Welcome. Have a seat.
Or no, that's Neil's side.
Over here, please.
Also, that is a very chunky laptop. No smoking in the office, please.
No smoking, please.
Knew it! There's barely a doctor in the modern age that will let you smoke in their office.
So you are Neil Varna.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
Neil's psych and Sam's wife. Ah, okay.
For living.
I'm a porter.
So thank you. We're good for the day.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, okay.
Neil.
What?
So you made it then.
Sorry.
You really don't remember me.
Oh, she's gonna be the girl with the what's-a-mahoozy mark on her hand. Also, cookie for Bookie. Here's your cookie, Bookie. Yeah! I knew that fucking hand mark thing was gonna be foreshadowing.
You're alive.
Oh, she mad.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
Your master test tells me what I need to know. Yeah, imbo as fuck. Alright, so this is not... Oh no, this is not a psych eval. This is a,
Just you and me.
debriefing.
You, sir, are an unrepentant criminal. Guilty of illegally entering our country on multiple occasions.
The only thing that I'm guilty of is doing your dirty work.
And by way of compensation, we have overlooked your crimes.
Thank you.
If you refuse, there will be severe repercussions.
Bring it on, because I'm not doing this shit anymore.
But what makes you think you have a choice? Neil? You understand me?
I don't know why that guy makes me think of Conan O'Brien for whatever reason.
Neil? Neil! You're going to do this job, Neil.
What's wrong?
I need to get out.
Okay, okay.
This porter work is killing me. It's fucking killing me. What I've done is so wrong.
You can talk to me, Neil.
This must be the job about getting the sacrificial bridge babies or something like that.
What kind of cargo have they got you carrying?
No.
This is a safe space.
Conan O'Brien is part of the Kojima world. Oh yeah, no, he was in the first one as like a guest appearance as a bunker dude.
Cargo light. Brain dead. Pregnant women.
No one would possibly allow that.
That's why I have to smuggle them in. make me bring them over from Mexico. Raw material for human sacrifice.
Also, like, are the women brain dead and they're making pregnant, or have they just been lucking out and finding brain dead women who are also pregnant? That's the crazy thing as well. It's like,
I can't do this anymore.
Breathe.
brain dead pregnant women. Yeah. Like, crazy that they're finding however many they can in Mexico. Because I feel like that's a very small Venn diagram of, like, pregnant women who are brain dead.
You're wearing my scarf. What?
There's this car. I think someone's been watching me.
Ooh, oh, this is intriguing.
Do you mind this car?
Yeah, that's the car.
I'm pretty sure it's a security vehicle. I'll check on it. Now look. Look here.
Stop it. Be
Neat.
sure to delete all those.
Yeah.
Nah.
See?
I feel like those aren't actually getting properly deleted because of the chiral network being able to get, like, shit from the past.
So it seems that.
Okay, for a second there, I thought this was a video game segment, and I actually had to move him or something.
Cancer. Assuming that your date's correct.
How sure are you?
Oh, that's some crazy sonograms.
This thing between us. It was a mistake.
No. No, it was not a mistake. It was not a mistake.
We just got...
Look at me.
We got caught up in our emotions. We weren't thinking straight, that's all.
It was not a mistake. I don't care if it's his baby you're carrying. Lucy, I love you.
I love him, Neil. Which means this has to end.
Okay. I have not played any Kojima, like, pre-AAA era games, I'm sorry to say, Arising. I do have, like, the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection, like, Volume 1 on the PlayStation. I don't know if it's only the first Metal Gear Solid game or if it's the first volume. But at some point, I need to play those. Ooh, that's the necklace that burned the two of them. And now we're back to the present.
Well, it would seem that Neil has vanished. Whether he managed to achieve some form of nirvana, I couldn't say, but I doubt we'll be seeing him again. Which just leaves the matter of that curious gift he gave you.
Yeah.
Hopefully Fragile can tell us more.
Well, the Magellan is finally here, which is good. A rank, that's the best we can ask for because, yeah.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
If we didn't get hit with so many explosions, we might have been better.
Oh, seems all the possessions you had earlier are in that open space over there.
Yay. We are not dead. Bonk. Although it is a shame that we took so much health hits in that previous segment. But yeah, the only Kojima games I've played so far have been Phantom Pain, which some people might argue is not...
paid me to say goodnight, Zeeb.
Good night, Night Sky. Thank you for keeping me company. I greatly appreciate it. Like, the only Kojima games that I have played have been Phantom Smith and the South Warp Knot.
Your service and transporting this cargo is appreciated.
Go.
The delivery will be assigned to another porter.
Alright, let's retreat to our private room. But yeah, so... Oh my god, Wild Saber, stop it! Amazingly fictitious fetus. But yeah, the only Kojima games I've played so far have been Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain, which some people might argue isn't like, you know, a true Kojima game because it was when he was getting like kicked out and all this kind of nonsense. Death Stranding and Death Stranding 2. Those are the only Kojima games that I've played. I have not played the Metal Gear Solid series other than Phantom Pain. And at some point I'm going to need to do that. And it is most certainly going to be a first-time experience that I will be presenting on stream because, you know, that would be the appropriate thing to do. Drink. Drink. Third tea! There we go. What did you write? What did you write, Wild Saber, with the wall of text with barely any I'm not familiar with the Chinese mythos and what have you.
So you know, Sam, I had that item Neil gave to you delivered into Fragile's care.
Uh-huh.
She'll analyze it and will let us know its significance in due course. All right, Sam. What do you say we head out and get to work?
Sounds good. Also, can we use that camera? No, we cannot. Alright. Up to the bridge we go.
Hey, Sam.
Oh.
Can I come in?
Hi, Fragile.
I need to talk to you about your child.
I don't want to hear it.
Yes, you do, Sam. This is a memory drive. On it was a record of Lucy unveiling some dark secrets on what the bridge's researchers...
So it is a USB stick.
Details of women brought over from Mexico.
Summarizing Saber's post, he's talking about a guy who stops people from committing suicide. Ah, okay.
Bridges. It was through his therapy that Lucy found out about it all, when he confessed to everything.
Bit of a heavy topic to hit us with in this point in time, but... Thank you?
I know you were more than just...
How goes The Stranding of Death, the sequel?
You were her partner.
It goes.
Didn't stop her from cheating on me.
Wait.
We're right now getting some exposition dump. Hideo Kojima. Fun fact that I've learned
we also
from the Death Stranding like documentaries and essays. Hideo Kojima very much was interested in being a film director and like a movie maker, but he didn't like it too much. So then he went into video games.
The child that Lucy was carrying wasn't Neil's.
I imagine
it was yours.
That despite that past, he very much does enjoy filmmaking.
Your child was extraordinary. The offspring of the repatriate who was the world's first BB. Lucy knew that if the Bridges researchers found out, they would use the baby as a test subject. So she lied. She pretended the child was Vanna's to mislead them.
Mm-hmm.
But she always intended for you to discover the truth one day. That's why she gave this necklace to him.
Incoming distress call from the network node. There's an army of ghost mechs right on their doorstep. We need to secure the node.
Ah.
And it could cripple the entire network.
I'm headed to the bridge, Sam. You better get ready.
Alright, I'm gonna need to get some flying drones to help me.
What are you gonna tell me?
If I could, Sam, I would give you all the time you need to. But the fact of the matter, for what it's worth...
Alright, up to the bridge we go. He wanted to make this a movie series, but he went game routes instead. I imagine that, like, here's the thing, is that I don't... Like, I need to play, like, his earlier games to, like, get a feel for, like, what his, you know, the Kojima flavor is. But a part of me feels like, yeah, he very much could have been a film director.
We're in the end game now. No matter what it takes, we have to link up this final network node. I called this mission briefing to ensure that we're all on the same page. Our objective and its surroundings are defended by a sizable contingent of ghosts.
We're going to Tasmania!
Clearly, they're not going to make it easy for us.
So, here's the plan. Tarman, you'll helm the DHV Magellan, as always. Rainey, I want you on the radar.
Leave it to me.
Depending on how things go, I may ask you to use your powers too. I was hoping you could provide fire support for Sam, with the ship's cannons.
That shouldn't be a problem. If necessary, I can use this to stay in the action.
Nice, nice.
As for you, tomorrow.
You know, she's arguably the best marksman on the ship, which would make her an ideal candidate for the miniguns.
I had this thought
The DHV
in the
Magellan
last
happens to have
stream.
2 of them mounted up top. The operator can control
That's not on the
remotely
continental
from the bridge.
Australia. Guess people really want
So
their
you won't be in any
Procreate.
more danger than the rest of us.
And if she's
Tasmania is
even
real,
half as
don't
good as
worry.
she's been in VR, those mechs won't stand a chance, right?
But yeah,
VR.
This was something I was kind of catching on to in the last stream, but like I honestly feel like Kojima, like he does make some like powerful women. Like I don't know what they were doing with Quiet back in Phantom Pain. Granted, she was still like, you know, baller as fuck, being able to do all kinds of crazy sniper nonsense. But I don't know how I feel about them making her like, you know, half naked and being like, oh, she needs it to breathe.
As you see fit.
Alright.
But
be advised that we will only be able to provide support within the chiral network.
Yep.
Outside of it, the cannons become inaccurate, meaning too great a risk of collateral damage.
The advanced party set up a number of chiral network way stations. We should be able to make use of them. While they were originally built,
He was horny and didn't want to admit it. I thought it was.
Be reconfigured to expand network coverage.
I figured Phantom Pain was like, you know, Konami being a little bit crazier than Kojima.
On hand to provide fire support, Sam.
That said, if you're too close to the network node, they're back in collateral damage territory. Please, bear that in mind.
Once we link up this last node, we'll have succeeded in bringing the Australian continent into the chiral network.
Nice.
Our defenses will be stronger than ever, and we'll be able to get rid of those ghost mechs for good. So, let's do what we came here to do.
Will do. But yeah, like, there's always complaints online of like, oh, video games trying to put women, like, you know, developers trying to put women in video games, and for whatever reason, some people think it falls flat and shit. But like, as is being demonstrated from Japan, we get like the full spectrum. We get like the women in Death Stranding and Death Stranding 2, who are very powerful, very complex, and you know, they're not made for the male gaze female characters. And then on the other side, we have Bayonetta, where I feel like so much of Bayonetta is for the male gaze, but even then, it like, she is so strong and so powerful.
The final site to be connected is within reach at last.
So, yeah.
Murray passes calculations. Establishing a connection here could potentially lead to the manifestation of 3 gates. Based on what happened in Mexico, it is likely that these portals have already emerged in nascent form. appearing only as minor distortions in space, invisible to the naked eye. These fissures will gradually develop, and once total chiral connectivity is achieved, they may, with time, eventually mature into fully fledged conduits, allowing travel to and from other lands. It remains unclear whether or not all three of these fissures will stabilize and develop into gates, but you will see for yourself once you've linked up the remaining site. On a different subject, I've completed my investigation into the link between Higgs and APAC. I'll tell you more once you've put Terminal Fort Knott on the grid.
Right. Crazy. September 7th is National Tasmanian Devil Day. Nice! Alright, so we got way stations.
Sam, this is Charlie. The time has come to link up our final... Alright. Step 1. You will need to use your Cupid to bring this first way station onto the network. Enemy ghost mechs have already been deployed in the surrounding area, though. Attempt to slip past unnoticed or engage in open combat, I'll leave the decision to you. The DHV Magellan will provide support with its miniguns should any mechs come within range. Naturally, we will also keep the ship's main cannon at the ready to fire upon viable targets when necessary. Should you require our assistance, give the order, and we will be happy to oblige. Be sure to keep these various factors in mind when devising your plan of attack, Sam. Once the first way station's on the grid, it's time to move on to the next one. You will find it at this location. Be advised that you will be unable to expand chiral network coverage if you don't connect these way stations in the correct order. In other words, if you go to the second way station first, you will be unable to establish a connection with your Cupid. Now, once the second way station is online, you will need to cross the bridge and deliver the drawbridge terminal unit to Terminal Fort Knott. Then, use the Cupid to bring the city onto the network and complete the order. You will receive the necessary cargo after this briefing. Once the chiral network covers the entire continent, the ghost mechs that have been emerging from the tar currents will no longer be able to come and go as they please. At least that is what APAS's simulations have indicated. This concludes my briefing. You still have a long road ahead of you, but we'll be here to provide constant support. We expect that you'll face fierce resistance, the likes of which you've not yet seen.
Right, so I need to have firepower.
Plenty of weapons, blood bags, and other. Don't skimp on supply. Now then. The cargo you'll be taking with you on this run has been fitted with a chiral network path calculation system. This component is required in order to connect. Make sure you don't lose.
All right. Alright, so we got combat boots. Let's get a battle skeleton. And... Alright, so we've already... Ah, goddamn you. Alright, so... Alright, let me just place those in the locker temporarily. Recycle you. Alright, so we got climbing gloves. Alright, weapons. So, floating sentry. We'll put that in our backpack.
MP grenades. Put that in the grenade pouch. And then... So that's the level 1. And then these are level 2 assault rifles. And then that's a shotgun. And then these are... backpack, and then we got ghost blades. Alright, I'm gonna change to the combat boots as well. Hang on a second. Make the combat boots. And then... Alright. This is gonna be fine. Let's go. Well, not the kitchen sink. Oh, a car! A car could have been very useful in this regard, actually. Actually, would a car be useful?
We'll have linked up the entire continent.
Let's see if we can fabricate a car. Weapon customization. Heavy machine gun. And... battery unit. Battery... Oop. And then additional armor. There we go. All right. Let's see how we go in here. Oh, I think those are electrical whatsamahoozies. There we go. Holy shit!
Okay.
Oh, no. Get back in the car. Get back in the car.
Sam.
Nice! Tomorrow came to our rescue. Let's push on, Sam.
Nice.
Target in range.
Come on.
Target eliminated. Great job tomorrow. Okay,
smashing into them.
Contact. Tomorrow, shoot.
Yes! Hobart has definitely seen better days than this. There we go. Whipping around. Where the fuck is the next one?
I'm not picking up any more ghost mechs on the radar.
Hell yeah.
Great work tomorrow. Sam, head to the way station terminal.
I'm just gonna keep using this big ass gun. Alright. Connect the qubit. They are giving me some real orchestral music here. This feels like the start of the third act. Alright. That's the first waypoint. There we go. That gets us a little bit more of Victoria. Nice. Nice. I just need to keep picking up this gun.
Tarman here. The Magellan's main cannon is online and ready to provide fire support. Just give us the word and we'll send the rain.
Oh,
You got it. Keep clear, Sam.
Oh! Wait, how much damage has there been to this thing? 4%. Okay, cool. So not that much. Nice.
Chiral cinders overhead. Brace for potential impact right now.
erected near the way station terminal. If the fire spreads, it'll be destroyed. Sam, get the terminal online with your Cupid ASAP. Then we can help put out the fire.
Yep, sounds good. Sounds good. Give me a minute.
Sam, we need to hurry.
Darn it. Cannons are on cooldown. We're just gonna run this. We're booking it, chat. Just fucking bugging it. Where the fuck? There you are.
Are you okay, Sam?
Also, wait, how much damage has there been on this cargo thing? Because 5%. Okay, 5% is fine, so long as... Shit. That is way more than 5%. No, that's still 5%. Excellent. Through the fire! Where the fuck is that firing coming from? There you are. In danger of what? There's fire oh wait, there you are. How much damage to the cargo is there? 10%. No, I think we're good. %10 is okay. It's just a little bit of damage. It's only a scratch, only cosmetic. And there's Rainy about to activate her powers. Bring us the rains! I honestly thought we were gonna get way more bushfires through our, like, you know, exploration of Australia, but this is only the second time we've had to deal with bushfires. So, thankfully...
Thanks for the help, Rainy.
Sam, this is Charlie. I commend you on the job well done. Terminal Fort Knott is almost within reach. Now that things have calmed down, you can return to the DHB Magellan for additional supplies if necessary.
We don't need additional supplies. Thank you, Idensir.
Hello!
Hello! Hi there, Talon Fizz. Been a while. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing alright. No! Darn it, Jack! I'm doing okay. Besides the cactar being thrown in, like, you know, 10 different ways. Alrighty, and then next drone.
Okay, Tomorrow. Ready? Open fire.
Alright, what about my guns? Oh shit!
Understood. Here it comes.
Ghost mech eliminated.
Ow. Ow! Stop breaking shit!
Prepare the fire.
Where is the weak point on this thing? There it is. Ah! Talon! 1,000 bits? What? Why would you do this to me? 1,000 cowboys just firing away. Get cactarred. Get cowboyed. Cookie for Talon Fizz! Hopefully, enjoy your cookie, Talon Fizz! I am doing my best not to die.
Over there! Engage!
Come on. Ow! Shit, that's out of ammo.
Keep firing. Only a few left.
God damn, how many of these guys are there? Ah! There we go. Big guns time. There we go. There we go. Big gun.
All Ghost Meg contact neutralized.
Ugh. And cargo containers have been ruined.
Sam, the way to Terminal Fort Knott is all clear.
Jesus. How ruined is the cargo? Oh, it's bad. It's bad. We might need to do that again, chat. 25, look, I'm gonna be real with you. 25% is a lot of damage. We're gonna need to roll it back. We're gonna need to do this a little bit differently. Give me a second. We're gonna need to do this differently. So, first and foremost, let's recycle and store some stuff. So, we don't need that many different ladders. Assault rifle, lightweight, the silenced assault rifle, we got it. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, so all those get recycled. Floating sentry was all right. On the boot clip. We're wearing a battle skeleton. Cool. So all that is fine. Let's go to our garage, fabricate the off-roader again. Do some vehicle customizations. Let's go for some heavy weapons. Let's go for some off-roading tires. Yep, so that's gonna be as fine as it can be there. Cargo management, so... Offload those. Offload those. Alright, let's grab some other gear from our... Place those in the off-roader. Attach that to the left shoulder. Attach that to the right shoulder. Place that in our backpack. Alright, what can we facilitate? Combat gloves, bola. Quadruple rocket launcher, multi-rocket. Okay, we don't have the medals for that. Alright, we'll place that in the off-roader as well. Alright, now we should be better equipped. Let's do this! Let's do this again, and we'll do this better than last time. Someone decided to put a ramp there.
Understood. Here it comes.
And there's like a...
I've got you, Sam.
Nice! Tomorrow came to our rescue. Let's push on, Sam.
Target in range.
Also, I noticed there was a little bit of cargo damage there. Hang on. How bad of a cargo damage was it? 1%. No, we can do fine with 1%.
Point accuracy.
That feels like that would have been a big hit.
Nice save! Lock and load tomorrow.
Barely see shit. He's just floating there, menacingly. Never mind. He's down. There we go. That's what we want.
I'm not picking up any more ghost mechs.
Yes! Come on, link up, link up, link up. Cannot be connected. You are not carrying the terminal unit. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna need that.
Now entering Chiral network coverage.
Alright, how bad of damage did that container get? 1%. No, 1%'s fine. Alright, hopefully we can get to the thingamadiggy from here. Yeah! We can connect up. Alright. We can skip that cutscene, because we're already familiar with it. Here we go. So we got to the first way station. Now we got the second way station to go. Excellent. Let's start driving the rest of the way. A lot of damage. Done good so far.
Sam, Tarman here. The Magellan's main cannon is online and ready to provide fire support. Just give us the word and we'll send the rain.
How bad's the cargo? 2%, that's fine. Awesome. So far, so good. Alright, more driving.
Chiral cinders overhead. Brace for potential impact right now. Fire detected. near the way station terminal. If the fire spreads, it'll be destroyed. Sam, get the terminal online with your Cupid ASAP. Then we can help put out the fire.
This doesn't look good. Sam, we need to hurry.
Yep. 2%, we're fine, we're good still. Come on, fire, fire, fire! Thank goodness I'm not carrying the Cupid thing with me. Thank goodness. Phew. But it does mean I'm gonna need to carry something else entirely different. Alrighty, I need the tar cannon. Place those in the off-roader. Tar cannon, you're gonna go on the toolkit, while the machine gun is gonna go on our backpack, along with... Hi, Sir Dragon. Yeah, I am very focused right now, I'm sorry to say. Oh, wait, no, that needs to go on the tool thingamadiggy, and then this goes onto the suit, swapping out with that shoulder there. Bald! Ah! I'm doing my best. Talon Fizz believes in me. I'm doing this for you, chat. Alrighty, here we go. go. We got 10 minutes to get this thing back to the next way station. Go. That's the first one out of the way. Oh, come on, not the... This gun. Alright. This thing has seen a bit of damage, which isn't great, but... Activate this thing. We're doing it, chat! We're succeeding with better results! That's the second way station set up.
Fire's gone out. Thanks for the help, Ranger.
Sam, this is Charlie. I commend you on a job well done. Terminal Fort Knott is almost within reach. Now that things have calmed down, you can return to the DHV Magellan for additional supplies if necessary.
Probably to repair this vehicle might be the best option.
Is everything okay, Sam? If you need to take a moment to recover before the next fight, head to you.
Repair the vehicle real quick. There we go. Yeah! There's just a random bridge there, for whatever reason. Thank you.
Okay, Tomorrow. Ready? Open fire.
I wish I could, like, more actively use the guns in this
Ready
thing.
to do this? Take him out, Tomorrow. Ghostmen eliminated.
Yeah. That's your fault for running straight into a car.
Prepare to fire.
Damn it, how much damage did I just do for crashing into that thing? %. Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine.
Over there. Engage.
Go. Long turn. Alright, let's...
Keep firing. Only a few left.
Come on, break that arm. There we go. Gotcha.
Tomorrow. Contact sighted.
That's it, that's it, that's it. Oh, what the shit? Hang on. Now comes a new problem. Where the fuck is everything? Alright, so, offload that. I didn't realize my car fucking exploded at that point. Okay, that's 8%. That's not good. Hang on. I don't know what happened to have my car just like combust like that. All right, one moment, please.
Is everything okay, Sam?
No.
If you need to take a moment to recover before the next fight, head to your room.
Give me a minute, give me a minute. No, not claiming materials, recycling materials. All right, you, and then... Recycle all you. And then... Alright. What would be a worthwhile fabrication to do? Alright, let's get one of you sorted. That's not right. Hang on a second. That should go into my pouch. Nope. There we go. Alrighty then, let's try this again. Oh wait, no, we haven't even repaired it yet. Hang on. Repair it, and then we go off. And, you know, we do the big adventure. That's it. That's it. Brand fucking new. Aw, there's no more bridge. Darn it.
Okay, Tamara. Ready? Open fire.
There we go. That's two of them out of the way.
Ready to do this? Take him out tomorrow.
We're making big circles. Doing better this time around. Come on, tomorrow, you can do it. Let's see if I can, you know, juke him to getting out here, if I can.
Prepare to fire.
I need to get my weapons. Hang on. Alright, so first and foremost, carry that in our backpack. Attach that to our left shoulder. Attach that to our right shoulder. Alright, you got a cheap shot on me then. That wasn't fun. Alright, let's see how you like the big guns. Go. All right, how much damage was that to the cargo? Not the worst. There we go, there we go. Come on, Tomorrow. He's right over there. There we go. Oh, there we go.
Contact neutralized.
Alrighty.
That was brilliant, Tomorrow. Sam, the way to Terminal Fort Knott is all clear.
Excellent. We can now make our way forward. Hopefully we don't have like an even... Oh, fuck off. I just got done with all of your buddies!
To that ghost mech. It looks stronger than the others. Keep your wits about you.
Shit!
Are you injured, Sam?
No, but the boxes are. Are you kidding me? How? Oh my god, how much problem did they do there? 5% still. Okay, so it's not the end. It's not the end. Grenade again. Okay. How badly did you... God damn it! It's because of those motorcycles, wasn't it? It was because of those fucking motorcycles. Oh, god damn it, and it had me all the way back here! Shit! I thought I would have had the fight at the... What's the Mahoozies? The, I thought it would have had me at the cutscene fight, not here.
Is everything okay, Sam? If you need to take
the timefall is definitely
for the next fight, head to your room. In the meantime, we'll keep an eye on the D3 Magellan.
I'm heading to my room. Hopefully by the time I sleep, there won't be as much timefall going off because of Rainy, you know, saving the bushfires. Oh boy. Let's see how this goes. Oh my god! Sam, you're looking a little worse for wear. Alright. Let's get a chiral in us. Let's get a second chiral T in us. You know what? Just to be safe, let's make it a third. Ugh. Alright. Hopefully the weather is better this time around. Nip slip. Oh, actually he's in a shower, so there is no slippage with the nipple. It's always going to be there. I'm a weird perfectionist, okay? I want to get an S rank on this courier delivery, which means I can't have more than 5% damage on the thingy. Let's go. Hopefully it's not raining any further. Let's see how it is. Nah, looks like it's still raining. Alright, first and foremost, cycling the Ghost Blade. Let's see. So you, let's recycle you. All right. Place that in the utility pocket.
Hello.
Hi there, YY Genuine Zeebs. Yes, I am the genuine article, not the There was someone that followed me that was like Zebra something or rather. You know what? I'm gonna get a PC2, so then that way, hopefully, by being close enough to the chiral thing, I can get like a timefall shelter or something like that set up. Actually, let me get that and a watchtower. All right. Should be good with what we've got. All right. Now we're going to be running through this a little bit better than last time, hopefully. Alright, set you there. And then timefall shelter here. Timefall shelter here. There we go. So while that's getting built... ...21 adversaries. 23 adversaries. Ooh, boy. Go. All right, cargo management time. So, we've already got...
tomorrow. Ready? Open fire.
You got it. Keep clear, Sam.
Nice try. I see you doing that nonsense. Ow. Fuck you. Ow! I didn't even see that go off.
Ghostmech eliminated. Woo!
There we go, there we go. Put you on my back. Alright, can I do another one? Yes, I can. There we go. There we go. Yep. Oh wait, what am I thinking? I have a grenade launcher.
Glug, glub, glug, glub, glug.
That was brilliant, Tomorrow. Sam, the way to Terminal Fort Knott is all clear.
I'm out of water. I'm gonna need to refill my water. I'm sorry. Hang on a second. Quick 30-second advertisement while I refill my water. My water is refilled. I'm good to head back to the car, pick up new gear, make our way forward. All right. Also, we're gonna need to figure out, like... Excuse me while I make a fucking beeline. Alrighty, so those two are fine. That. So we're gonna offload all that. So 4 and 12 versus 4 and 0. All right. Should be better than last time. All right, let's see what the damage is. Target damage 5%. And the damage is 2%. Absolutely fucking kicking it this time. Actually, while I'm... Oh, we can't save here. That's annoying.
Yes, I am going to be paranoid as fuck with this one. Alright, here we go. Alright, hopefully we should be better against this ghost mech.
Sam, over there! Pay attention to that ghost mech! It looks stronger than the others. Keep your wits about you. I don't know if I actually defeated it or not. I barely saw like a health bar or anything like that when I wailed on him with the heavy assault rifle that they had. Doesn't look like he's around, so... Alright, that's not good, that's not good. Of fucking course. Oh, come on. Samurai mech!
Meet again.
Dead man?
Is that really you? You need to keep moving. I'm going to take out the bridge.
I didn't know it was Dead Man doing all this.
For a friend in need.
Nice. All right, hopefully we still have our car, because that car was the thing that had...
Tear us apart.
Cool. Ah, you bastard! Alrighty, hang on. So. Alright, so. Alright, so we got the 2 MP assault rifles. And then we got that assault rifle, and then we've got... Alright, so. Container spray, check. Trekking boots and the mask, check. See, that was annoying. The car was very useful. All right, let's look at this again. So... Not this again. You can't make this easy for me. Damn it!
Still has some fight in it. Finish it off while you have the chance, Sam. Oh, god damn you! Would be great if I wasn't getting blown to pieces every chance it got. Oh, how painful. You couldn't just
just let me have an easy teleportation? You couldn't just let me do this one time easily. I swear to Christ, going from like, I had like what, 3% damage, and I'm about to have what?
Oh, terrific.
Six. You know what? That is that is annoying.
Again.
That is annoying. Hang on. All right, cool. So we can start from so we can start relatively like close to the boss fight.
Fight it. Finish it off while you have the chance, Sam. Oh boy.
4%, that's fine, that's fine. There we go. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry for save scumming, but I want that S rank, okay?
Oh, terrific work. You kicked its ass again. Sent it back to the sea with its tentacle between its, other tentacles. Okay, Sam. Time to connect Terminal Fort Nav to the chiral network.
Alrighty, let's see if they'll accept a 5% damage. I swear, if I don't get an S rank because 5% is the actual, cutoff, and they're like, nope, 5% means a failure.
Thank you for completing this delivery. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I will confirm the status of your orders.
Yes! Yes! Excellent.
You may now connect this facility to the chiral network. Use your Cupid to do so.
Yes. I'll die happy when I win the lottery. Okay? I will win the lottery. I'll become a suspiciously wealthy fur. I'll get commissions like every week or month. I'll replace this ship of Theseus PC. But I'll still be working because even after winning the lottery, you know, having an income is probably the best idea. Yes! I know you say the continent is fully connected, but I can see like a big sliver of red right there. Like, that's where the rabbit-proof fence is, I'm pretty sure, across, between Western Australia, Northern Territory, and South Australia. We are at the end of our journey. Who shall greet us? James Ender.
Now displaying your current order grade.
Oh boy! Administers a powerful shock to the surrounding area. Nice.
Connection to chiral network established. Thank you for your service.
Here's to the man of the hour. Our hero finally linked up the whole damn continent. You know, I'd say this is a happy ending, but our story ain't over yet.
You really are not happy with me shooting
Sadly,
you
we
first.
won't be having ourselves a boss battle this time. There's just no point in it. You see, y'all can't win.
Why fourth wall break us now? Get shit on!
Sorry.
You deserve that.
But you are long past your prime.
Hello, beautiful.
Your damaged goods.
The fuck did you just do?
Does it still hurt? Memory of what I did. It does, doesn't it? Go on. It won't work, but be my guest.
That is a very, like... That's not... You're not a really good guitarist, I'm gonna be real with you.
Still as stubborn as ever. Oh, and by the way, Sam, it was me who killed Lou. Kinda tickles. Your thirst for revenge will never be satisfied.
Enough. I'm putting you down.
That's gonna be very fucking gruesome. Hi there, Spidey boy! Although, he is just, you know, a ghost in a shell.
I'll take the damage and the goods. I I don't break that easy.
What?
I'll take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy. I'll take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy.
Yeah, because we're just hitting a mech, quite frankly. Like, this doesn't get rid of Higgs as far as I can, like, you know, estimate.
I'll take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy. I'll take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy. I'll take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy.
Oh, yeah.
I don't break that easy.
You alright?
Feel better? Worse? About the same? Neat trick there, grabbing it off the embers. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Higgs is like stuck on the beach. Lighting a cig from the burning embers of your burning enemies goes so hard. It does. It really does, Izzy. Kojima knows how to make aura going off. That was pretty decent. Although I can't stop but thinking about like how, like, I don't really think that's the last we're gonna see of Higgs because, like, he's just a robot.
The entire
like every like the ghost mechs that we've been dealing with and what have you, like he can just inhabit any one of them.
Defeated Higgs as well.
You say that, but
Fragile would be pleased with this outcome.
like I don't think like we actually defeated Higgs because he's just, you know, a ghost in a mech. Like that's all he has been. So what's stopping him from just being a ghost in a different mech? Like there ain't much that would
Sam, everyone on the SSS seems to be in high spirits. People are chiming in to congratulate you on finally bringing all of Australia onto the chiral network.
God, that's a fantasy, isn't it? Getting everyone in Australia on the NBN.
You were to the operation. Still, I do wonder if there's a Dollman's the best post in here, or even a We Love Dollman, perhaps. Okay, is it just me, or is it strangely quiet outside our room? There's a disconcerting stillness in the air. Perhaps... By the way, I get the... You ready for that? Are you sure?
Sam, you and I have much to discuss.
I'm being warned that there's a long cutscene. Alrighty, we got what, half an hour? Let's at least get a shower. Let's at least clean ourselves up before this long cutscene. Although, if this is gonna be like... If this is gonna be longer than half an hour, I'm gonna question, like, why the fuck is it a video game if there's, like, long-ass cutscenes? Alright, got some Kyle crystals, we showered, we cleaned up.
Pixel art frame added. Signs of a new plate gate. Might learn something new. Got in touch. There's been some kind of change in the tar tiles. I hope everything's alright. What's Mahuzi's connected at last? Alright. To Kojima's credit, you just went through a mega gauntlet. A long cutscene might be pretty good to wind down. We'll see. Also, this probably would be a good time to put my controller on charge. Just walking over here. Plugging this in. Oh, is that the... That's the president.
Glad you could make it, Sam.
Is it legitimately him,
We wanted
or...
to thank you for everything you've done. And what better time than now, after you connected the entirety of Australia and bridged the gap between continents. By extending the proverbial rope, which is the chiral network, to another landmass.
Why is
we have
everyone
united
asleep?
them in the Chiroverse. A world divided, made whole. With a few sticks for encouragement. Empowering Higgs was a necessary step. It was we, you see, who built his ghost mech army for him, to use as he deemed fit.
Cool.
What the hell are you talking about? An existential threat was required to prompt you to seek strength through mutual connections. It was also necessary for APAC to equip you with sticks of your own. After all, we are incapable of murder.
Who's Wayne? Wait,
The Death Stranding.
you're not human, are you?
He's just another extinction event.
Higgs served as a complement to an all-encompassing algorithm. However, this world no longer has need of sticks. Henceforth, we will search for additional plate gates, then extend our reach to new continents.
Oh yeah? What then?
With the support of the Chiral Network and APAS, humanity will be free from the need to move around, and free from the need for porters. Bots are capable of handling deliveries. By eliminating the risk of running into BTs during travel, you will have finally overcome the Death Stranding. This is the Zero Void Out policy. To understand how we reached this solution, we must first explain the true nature of the Death Stranding, as determined by APAS.
Am I about to get educated on extinction by an AI? I could just say no. But I kind of want to... Here's the thing. I kind of want to know what happens if I say no, I don't want to hear it. But I feel like it would be a disservice to everyone here if I did.
As a result of connecting the continents, we recovered a massive amount of data on the Death Stranding. We learned it was simply a phenomenon which facilitated extinction events. Until that is, extinction entities appeared who elected to alter the natural order.
Which is
the Death
what
Stranding
Amelie
became a
did.
system that would spur life forms to develop connections with one another. Evolutionary stagnation begets extinction. But in the aftermath, new species will invariably emerge and form communities. Like when aquatic creatures moved onto the land, and their descendants migrated across it, changing all the while. Oh. Extinct species give way to evolved ones. The dead step aside so that life can go on. And travel and migration is the driving force behind it all. It was from this cycle that humanity was eventually born. And now humanity has been prompted to move on. So new species can inherit the planet.
Machine?
APAS's simulation is saying we're gonna go extinct? Is that it?
Oh, no. No, not at all. We have calculated an ideal strategy. The Chiralverse will allow us to prevent all forms of travel. We intend to use it to manage and control that aspect of your existence.
And APAS is gonna take over and tell humans what to do.
No, you misunderstand me. We are not APAS. APAS is simply a system, a tool with which we devised our optimal solution.
What are you?
Hello there, Sam. Surprised to see me, son?
Who the fuck are you?
In answer to your question, we began after you completed the North American network. There was a massive void out in UCA territory. And the APAS data center happened to be within the affected area.
Okay.
I was too. I'd given up my shelter and moved to start a new life there. Between residents and staff, a total of 4,000 people were caught in the blast. There was no escape for them. Or me.
And yet our connection was not severed.
What? Okay, so this is what we saw back at the start of Death Stranding 2. All these, like, data centers.
In that instant, the souls of those humans and the APAS servers found themselves stranded on the same beach. They realized, been subject to a convergence.
Oh my god, this is AI and humanity coming together.
And APAS merged into an altogether new entity, singular and indivisible. You could call this multitude the company which APAS keeps.
Cool, so 4,000 souls and...
We can remain connected to this world. In this way, we can oversee and restrict your activities to ensure another
Void outs open doors to new worlds. This is the truth.
It may please you to hear that Drawbridge's efforts have guaranteed the emergence of a new plate gate.
The ties that bind us to our physical bodies have been severed, and now we can begin to
Once
truly
it has been
live.
integrated into the network, another will form.
Okay,
And by
what the fuck do these doors...
this global domino effect, we will bridge the gaps between every remaining landmass until all of the planet's scattered continents are joined, just as they were in the beginning. A single,
in a void out,
united
but I will
whole,
live forever on
over
APAS's
which we
beach.
will be able to preside.
So...
We are capable not only of managing your movements, but every aspect of your existence. APAS is also connected to the Gazers, and knows where they are at all times. By using this connection, we can exert control over each and every one of them. With both Gazers and humans under our constant supervision, we can eliminate the risk of void outs. We will save you by putting an end to travel and physical interaction.
That is a terrible idea.
Stimulus. Your species will stagnate.
But isn't it just a shortcut to extinction?
Not at all. Only humanity's evolution as a species will cease. You will leave your mortal flesh behind and transition to an eternal existence within the expanse of the Chiral.
So basically, the evolution of what COVID did, where people started living more on the internet and started transitioning so their lives were on the internet.
As a soul.
What's gonna happen to this world?
We will continue to keep watch.
Worse, he's not a tech bro. He is the he is this weird, like, AI shit. God damn it.
As caretakers, we will regulate the activity of other species to ensure that none claim your mantle of apex predator.
Oh my god.
Humanity will be free to thrive in perpetuity, having evolved into a form that allows you to escape extinction, as is your desire.
No.
Oh.
I'm not about to let
Charlie? I'm guessing that's not Charlie.
See the sunset, the day is ending.
I'm sorry, what?
Let that yawn now. There's no pretending. I will hold you and protect you. So let love warm you till the morning. Good God.
What the fuck? Oh, it's not over yet.
By your side, close your tired eyes. I'll wait, and soon I'll see your smile in our dream.
Just who is pulling your strings?
We are no one's puppets. Least of all yours. You have no power over us.
Where are you? Since you certainly aren't on our beach.
Me? I'm right here. It's me, Sam. Alive and kicking. You know, I'm not called Die Hardman for nothing.
Cool. But... what?
I take it not even APAS was aware that I've been posing as Charlie this whole time. It's funny, don't you think? The fact is, APAS has never had complete access to Drawbridge's data. Our new Cupid design allows us to restrict connection and limit the flow of information. I oversaw the creation of the Drawbridge prototype, during my time as Director of Bridges. And that's when I contacted my old friend, Tarman. And together, we worked to convert this deep tar hunting vessel into a mobile base of operations. Now, I dare say there are some among you who already deduced the name's double meaning. That's right. The DHV Magellan. Or to spell it out, Die Hardman's vessel.
Okay, I did not catch on to that. I just simply thought that because they forced us to have, like, Die Hardman what's-a-mahoozy thing, it would have been him. That's my clue.
A new type of Cupid. Specifically, it wanted her to deliver a motto which could one day be used to control all of mankind. Since the technology makes use of human beaches, the human element was essential to the process. Lochner refused at first. So I contacted her and convinced her to take on the job. At least that's how it looked to everyone else. The purpose of this Cupid was not just to facilitate connections, but to sever them. Namely, the ones between our systems and the dead. And without their influence, APAS will go back to being a tool.
Do this, and you will never escape the Death Stranding.
To forsake our flesh and our freedom is out of the question. Oh. So, we'll seek out others who value them as we do. Build communities, raise children, live, and love. We would rather strive to achieve the impossible while remaining true to ourselves. To struggle on against the odds in search of new lands and new worlds.
You can't.
Can't we? The chiral network enables us to travel like never before. So, humanity will continue to make use of APAS and embrace the true potential of the chiral network. No one wants to go back to the dark days that followed the Death Stranding.
It's true, what you said about travel. There are people with dunes who can use the beach to jump just about anywhere.
The physical sensation of movement is something we all crave.
Yes.
Unity of body and soul. Dunes may still wind up being an evolutionary dead end. But even in that possibility, I see hope. Now I am going to activate the Cupid we used to connect the continents.
Okay, so...
To build a bridge to the future we want to see. To choose our own path forward. Until moments ago, each of you was trapped in an elaborate illusion created by the President.
Yeah, we were. What took you so long? Our former president has been hiding on board from the start, in what I call the Shadow Cabinet.
Great Australian term right there.
You knew about this?
APAS has been monitoring us for some time. I believe the deception was necessary to avoid discovery. But I'm sorry for keeping you all in the dark. I needed to make sure Drawbridge successfully connected the continents without raising suspicion or attracting APAS's attention. This was the best idea I could come up with. To put away my body for a while. Stop being Die Hardman. Become a ghost. Named Charlie instead.
And there's his mask. Oh!
What are you doing?
Dead man?
Dead man, stop! Get back, you fools! That's not me!
Okay, I kind of got lost in the sauce as to what the fuck they were talking about with the chiral network and what makes it different this time around, rather than it just being fully connected. Okay.
What the fuck?
Higgs. Broadcasting live from the beach.
Thought so. Didn't I just say Higgs was just a ghost in the shell?
I've been puppeteering this whole thing the whole time. Yeah. All to pay back dear old Amelie for what she did to me.
This is about Amelie?
Yeah. See, I'm gonna crack open that beach she sealed away and kick off the last stranding. The perfect ending humanity deserves. Man, the sweetest revenge I could hope for to take out on that old bitch. And oh, y'all. Good to see you again, by the way.
What makes you think you can pull it off?
Well, I'm so glad that you asked. You see, during my lengthy imprisonment, I had time to figure it out. All I needed was a catalyst with a connection to Amelie, and I could break through to her beach.
That connection is long gone.
Oh, Sam. Sweetheart, I'm not talking about you. This is the catalyst that I've been searching for. Brand new extinction entity. Still in the dark, huh? Your genes lined up beautifully. God damn, man. She's your daughter.
What?
Pretty good twist. Pretty. That's an okay twist. I'm fine with that.
Y'all want to come after us, be my guest. We'll be waiting on the beach.
Aw, it's her shoe. Damn it.
Are we sure that tomorrow is okay?
Hartman is searching for her.
That chrysalis that formed around her should be enough to keep her safe in even the harshest conditions. Pure cryptobiosis. She'll be right, Rainey.
Sam. There's no mistake. Your genetic profiles are a match. Tomorrow really is your daughter.
I'm sorry, but what in the world is going on?
Nothing that makes any sense.
Actually, it's not impossible. As a member of Bridges with Dooms, you were obligated to provide sperm samples.
Which means tomorrow could be Sam's child, conceived via artificial insemination.
Or it could be...
It's true. Higgs may well be able to trigger the last stranding.
Or it could have been like the Lu because of like the weird like, you know, Doom / repatriate offspring that does like, you know, some weird nonsense, and so she ended up in Nirvana for a time period, grew up, and then appeared.
She was diagnosed with jump shock. I know you haven't forgotten.
Nevertheless, what other choice do we have?
I've got to at least try.
Fragile.
We're taking the ship to the beach.
With the combined support of every single Doom sufferer here, it's possible Fragile might be able to jump us where we need to go.
Administering shock. Stand clear.
I'm sorry. Wherever Higgs went, I can't follow.
Not good.
He must have been operating out of his own beach, using his car to assume control of vessels in our world, in the same manner that I have.
But I know exactly where his beach is. I mapped it already, and there was nobody there. I checked. So how do we find the right beach?
No. Doesn't matter where Higgs is. All we have to do is connect to the Dreamcatcher and the Qipu. Amelie. Higgs was wearing her Qipu, wasn't he? If we had something connected to her, we could follow the Qipu and Higgs. Tarman, can you take us to Sam's shelter?
I'll prepare the ship. Sit tight in your quarters.
Cool. Okay, I'm gonna need to read a little bit, because I was not 100% familiar with, like, why the Cubids were different this time around, like, explicitly, and why APAC, or APAS wasn't able to do the thingamadiggy they wanted to do.
Could we have arrived already?
No. Someplace else.
No, something's wrong. A problem with the Magellan, perhaps?
Sam, this is Tarman. We've been monitoring the state of the tar currents, but they're showing no sign of calming down. The Mexican side is especially bad at the moment, and that instability seems to be having an effect on Australia as well. I'm afraid it's much too dangerous to try moving the DHV Magellan. Time is of the essence, however, and we can ill afford to wait until the currents are calm enough for us to travel. So, we're going to need you to go on ahead without us, Sam. Back to Mexico. We have no idea what's waiting for you there. But we've modified Higgs's guitar for your use, if that's any consolation.
Cool.
Practice with it on the ship's range if you like. I don't need to tell you it packs a punch. Just remember to take it with you when you go. You can even bring it to the beach, on account of its rather unique properties. We'll keep you apprised on the tar current situation as soon as we can. We're rooting for you, Sam.
Alright, hang on. So. So it's none of those. Okay, so chiral printers do that. Okay, so the Qubit is a wearable device loaded with the protocols required to connect facilities to the chiral network. Chiralium is used in the Qubit's internal circuitry, meaning that only Doom sufferers are able to carry it. Sam established the UCA by using the Qubit to connect facilities all over North America to the chiral network, often delivering cargo along the way. The current Qubit is a new model developed especially for connecting areas beyond the UCA to the chiral network.
Chiral jammers, mole mines, cryobites, dooms, repatriates, chiral network gateways, remote unit thingy-madiggies. Blood boomerang, the battle guitar, porter suit. Climbing gloves, oxygen mask, an otter hood, a camel hood, grenade pouch. Backpack accessories, the Insta camera. Blood bag. Consists of an extracted condensed core of catcher BTs and contains equivalent to the genome of a thingy-majiggy. Alright. Deep tar hunting, or DHV. Traverses underground tar, can surface anywhere, is piloted by Tarman. Originally belonged to Tarman, who used the vessel to research the tar currents and chiral mammals that dwell within them, hence its name, Deep Tar Hunting Vessel. The has been repurposed by Drawbridge as their mobile base. Drawbridge's Q-Bids was used to preemptively ensure that the president would not be able to seize control of the ship, so the secret countermeasure that had been prepared to foil APAS 4000's plans could be successfully implemented. Okay, hang on. So these are all vehicle nonsense. Okay, so the UCA, the United Cities of America, so, you know, we did the USA thingy-majiggy for that. Bridges was an organization, you know, to form the UCA. Bridges First Expedition. We had the Fragile. Drawbridge, a private delivery organization recently established by Fragile. Since APAS has taken over deliveries within the chiral network, human porters are no longer required. Outside the network, however, they remain as essential as ever, leaving Drawbridge to conduct deliveries beyond the borders of the UCA. Okay, here we go. APAC, the Automated Public Assistance Company, is a private body that operates and manages the chiral network and APAS 4000 on behalf of the UCA. Mexico and Australia are no longer functioning political states, but if another nation, like the UCA, were to begin connecting them to the chiral network, it may well be interpreted as an act of invasion or colonization. To avoid such misunderstandings, it was therefore decided that the chiral network would be expanded by a private organization, a non-state actor. APAC is nothing more than a provider of the chiral network infrastructure and holds no political weight. Okay, that's a fucking falsehood, because unfortunately, because if you have an organization deciding to, like, not be politically aligned with a country, then it's going to be politically agnostic, and you're going to have to interpret that it has its own politics that it wants to run. APAS 4000 gathers and analyzes data from not cities. It then provides its findings to citizens and other organizations to ensure the efficient management and operation of the UCA. APAS 4000 is also the operating system through which those operations are conducted and is sometimes referred to as KCOS, the Not City Operating System. So APAS wanted to get a new kind of Q-Bid to take control of humans. Locke said no, but Die Hardman realized what APAS was planning to do and asked Locke to play along, inventing APAS their new Q-Bid, but with a way to block out APAS to keep them from taking over. The implication being that if Locke hadn't relented, APAS would have invented their own Q-Bids, one that Die Hardman wouldn't be able to get in. Yeah, so they... Okay, so... The Hot Springs, so we got Metallic, Chiral, Miracle. Alright, so a communication network that already provides essential in connecting, isolated, and may yet safe. By transmitting signals via the beach, the chiral network can process and deliver huge amounts of data instantaneously, connecting the isolated not cities of North America to the network. Yeah, okay, so that was what we learned from the first game. Connecting a location using the Q-Bid allows it to access a variety of features. Holograms that are indistinguishable from the real thing, known as chiralgrams, can be transmitted within the network, and chiral printers can fabricate materials. Chiral computers, capable of instantaneous match data processing, can be used to recover data from the past that was once believed to be lost. Here we go. The Automated Porter Assistance System, officially titled APAS 4000, but commonly referred to as APAS, was originally developed as a support program for porters making deliveries within the chiral network. But the network's capability to instantly transfer massive volumes of data meant that APAS developed rapidly and was, before long, managing and operating deliveries all on its own. As deliveries became entirely automated, Bridges withdrew from the delivery business, and private organizations such as Fragile Express disbanded. Porters were still required to make deliveries outside the chiral network, however, which is why Fragile set up Drawbridge. Thanks to the chiral network's use of the beach, where time barely passes, APAS has become more than just a delivery system. It is now involved in all areas of life, from child rearing to healthcare. Originally a delivery program, the APAS 4000 now serves as a support system for all aspects of human life and society, and is celebrated as such by those who rely on it. Its name refers to the 4,000 people killed in an enormous void out that struck the UCA. After the incident, the souls of the dead were found to have converged with servers of the chiral network on the beach, forming the APAS program. So this is just Amazon AWS. Like, what started as, oh, hey, here's a convenient, like, you know, delivery system for, you know, your goods and what have you. Turns out they were able to evolve it into, hey, we can do everything now that is connected to the internet, and very soon are going to be controlling your very lives because you cannot disconnect from the internet, aka the chiral network. Neat. Terraforming, beach mapping is the process coordinates of an individual's beach so that it may be used more efficiently as part of the chiral network. It is carried out to ensure the chiral network remains stable as it expands beyond the borders of the UCA. Decontamination, get a division, chiral verse plans. Okay, Drawbridge Qubid. The APAS asked Locke to develop a new qubit. She initially refused, but was persuaded by Die Hardman to accept the request. The qubit she was asked to develop would have total oversight over every person connected to the chiral network, allowing their data to be collected and analyzed. Locke took to referring to it as a Gordian knot. The Gordian knot is an yep, and then, you know, impossible to untie. Any man capable of doing so would become king of the known world. Die Hardman and Locke outsmarted APAS 4000 and severed the connection between the system and the dead. They were then able to develop the Drawbridge Qubit, a system that is controlled by humans rather than the other way around. Okay, so. Okay. I'm kind of getting, okay. So the APAS system wanted total control over Qubit. They didn't want to just have, like, you know, the little, like, cuff link to connect, like, you know, one major throughput to the next throughput. They wanted to actually have, like, a means of being able to have, like, a skeleton key to everyone's homes and livelihoods by this extension and what have you on the chiral network. Hence, and, you know, because of the convoluted nature of just how many connections they would be able to make with this, you'd get a Gordian knot, is the so-called nickname. Die Hardman wanted to get ahead of that, and so they created the qubit, but with the underlining program that they could sever a so after the qubit was used to create the connection and what have you, which would have been nearly impossible to break under other circumstances unless you ruin the chiral network in its entirety itself, they came up with a qubit that would be able to not only make connections, but sever. So you could, like, do some isolation nonsense, I believe. Okay. I think. I might be wrong. God, there's so much. Hi there, Set. Yeah, no, this is all confusing stuff, Setrack. There is a lot. There is a lot to this game, I am going to be real with you. It is not for the faint of heart, I'm going to be real with you. It is going to take quite a bit. Also, is there some way for me to... There we go. It is going to take quite a bit. It took quite a bit of reading, and I think I understand... Like, I didn't really have a good understanding of it when we were running through the cutscene, and I was like, you know, I'm gonna be real with you. It really took me the fuck out when they just started having a dancing K-pop number for Die Hardman, aka Charlie, all of a sudden, okay? I was not prepared for that. But yeah, color me intrigued. Although I am gonna save the game here. So I need to... So at some point, I am going to need to make my way to Mexico. Actually, I guess the next question is, can I get out of here?
The Last Stranding. An attempt to use chiral communications to link everyone's beaches and flood the world of the living with BTs. The final mass extinction event that would extinguish all life on the planet. If tomorrow is indeed your daughter, then it stands to reason she's inherited your unique abilities.
Dooms and what
Though
have
she
you.
may also be a new extinction entity as well. Ready to head out, Sam? I sure am.
All right. So if I run out into the overworld, am I going to get hit with a cutscene or into, like, you know, a required mission immediately? Because I don't exactly want to, you know, get pushed into a mission that immediately has me needing to go to Mexico.
Good day, Sam. Welcome, Sam. Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that
Is that my vehicle?
inside facility grounds.
I think that's my car.
Too close for comfort.
I think that was my... I think that's my car up there.
Disengaging weapons restrictions.
Take care, Sam.
Yep, that's my vehicle. Give me a minute. But yeah, like, that threw me for a fucking loop. I did not understand why the fuck I was suddenly being introduced to a K-pop number then. But this does look like that, I'm able to just simply, you know, run around Australia and do some, you know, random orders and shit, or try and do a, like, link up everyone, because here's the thing. I need to try and get to Mexico. Now, the obvious answer is to just make a connection going va-boom, right through, but unfortunately, there's all this problem here, where there's, like, BT nonsense and all that kind of nonsense. So, it obviously wants me to instead, like, you know, go across, up through, you know, southeast Queensland, going up to the north, and then making our way west, back down, all to try and get to there. I respect that. Just gonna overwrite that. There we go. Alrighty then. I am going to call the stream here. Oh my goodness. So much that I had to unpack at that moment there. Also, I really, really want to go to the bathroom. I am just busting for a bathroom break. So, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go on a little raid. We're gonna see who is online, and we're gonna raid them as quickly as we can. There is all sorts of random people, but I can see that Code the Yoshi is streaming right now. We're gonna go raid into Code the Yoshi. It looks like they're doing Monster Hunter nonsense. So, this is going to be our raid message. Monster Hunter, but with God, question mark? If you are not subscribed, that is okay. You're welcome to use whatever other emotes that you feel like would be appropriate. I will be using my emotes. But yeah, next time I'm going to be streaming is going to be a special Friday night stream. It's either going to be more Death Stranding, or I'm going to be going into Final Fantasy XIV. I have not yet decided yet. It could be any other kind of game either. So that's going to be happening Friday night. But if you're in the American times and you don't want to deal with me streaming at like 3 in the morning for you, I will also be streaming Sunday morning, which will be, you know, Saturday night for all of you. But yeah, otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. If you want to keep up with the Zeeves, be sure to follow my Blue Sky or my Twitter. Like, all of that will be found with a LinkedIn tree. If you feel like supporting me, be sure to check out my Coffee. I am currently got different kinds of saving goals. The one I presented to Coffee has just been PC repairs, but otherwise, I hope you have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, and I'll see you all next time.